Hello everyone and welcome to yet another live coding. Until happy holidays. I'm super excited for today's stream. I'm always excited for these streams. I love doing them, but today in particular because we'll be starting to tackle the Advent of Svelte, which is a series of Christmas themed challenges to save Christmas itself. It's going to be awesome. And the way we're going to be doing it is by tackling them both with SvelteKit and Next.js. And the Next.js versions are actually going to be using the Vercel v0 project, which you feed in prompts and you get out React components and Next.js code, and it does our job for us, really. So I'm super excited to try this out. I got into the private beta just a few days ago, and I was like, great, perfect for this stream. So you can see it as a sort of AI versus principal software engineer type of stream, React versus Svelte, Next.js versus SvelteKit. I think it's going to be super fun. And of course, Next.js and SvelteKit are my two favorite meta frameworks, my two favorite frameworks, really. So I'm super excited to implement stuff on both. I've done this before, but not in the same stream. And for today, I spent quite a bit of time trying to set up, well, successfully setting up a monorepo that deploys the same app. Well, two apps that do the same thing. On the left is the SvelteKit version, on the right is the Next.js version. And in theory, they share some global styles, a global tailwind config, and when we edit one, it will also be reflected on the other. It's going to be super cool. This is definitely over-engineered. Some people play Spider-Man 2 and Baldur's Gate to have fun. I do too, but sometimes I have fun by setting up monorepos and identical apps. It's going to be cool. Anything else on the agenda to get over with? We have a huge agenda for today. The Advent of Svelte has started on the 1st of December and we're already on the 12th of December. So we have a lot of catching up to do. I don't know how many we'll manage to get through today. The more the merrier, I would say. But we'll do at least one, maybe three. And was that a rich Harry's like falling with the snow? Wow. Nice. And yeah, superb project. I love these sorts of challenges. Lots of people trying to get into coding engineering or increasing their knowledge in a particular area. They can do these sorts of Advent challenges where every day you do something new. So maybe you strengthen your front-end knowledge or your Svelte knowledge specifically, your React knowledge, or your backend stuff. Something else entirely. There are all sorts of challenges like this. And I do like the idea. They give you a set goal. Deliver this and save Christmas. So you're a bit more likely to finish. And we'll be doing it together. So maybe you'll be empowered by me and I'll be empowered by you. As always, let me know in the chat what you're working on. Maybe you're doing the challenges yourself. If you are, let me know. Are you doing it with React? Are you doing it with Svelte, which is the supposed way to do those? Or are you insane like me and are doing them in both? And maybe something else, maybe React in Astro or Vue or something like that. Who knows? I would be remiss to not mention that I have a video out. New video just dropped, all about the Vue Transitions API and specifically the list to detail hero animation. I love Vue Transitions, especially if you are doing SvelteKit. It's very easy to set up and give that app-like feel to your app. It's very hard to do with Next.js. And with SvelteKit, like if you are in there, you get the great DevX of SvelteKit, and also you can delight your users with some classy animations. And the best one is the hero detail animation. I am not able to deliver as well as in edited form, so I'm not gonna go over the video again. Please do watch it. I do these things for you. I make no money from these. I just think that they empower engineers. They help them learn more stuff, and I try to make them as short as possible. So super compact and super fun. I had fun with this one. All right, enough self-promotions. I think we'll need to talk a little bit more about maybe v0. I guess we kind of talked about it. Maybe Svelte, maybe React. I don't know. I thought that it would be fun to do them both in Svelte and React and contrast and compare again. I did a similar thing going through the Next Learn course, doing everything with React and Next.js, and then going over it again, doing everything with Svelte and SvelteKit. And it was nice to see the strengths and weaknesses of its UI framework and meta framework. UI framework meaning Svelte and React, meta framework meaning SvelteKit and Next.js. And they do converge quite a lot. So that will make things easier today, but also maybe trickier because I'm literally in the same project editing code, and sometimes I'll be on a layout file, I'm sure, but I will be meaning to be on the plus layout file, the SvelteKit version. We'll see, it's gonna be fun. And maybe on V0, AI, like prompts code, I don't know, I haven't tried it, I'm excited to try it today. Monorepos are the way to go. I've been saying this for years, and at some point in those years I was wrong because it was very difficult to set up monorepos and you should just do your own project, and sharing code can be overrated versus just copy pasting some code. But now with some tooling like Turbo and even PNPM workspaces by itself, it's a very powerful way to increase your developer experience. You are able to share some code easily. I spent quite a bit of time setting this up. So let me know, would you like a stream or video or something on how to set up a monorepo? I guess we'll dovetail into the code and actually saw this working. So we have these two apps. I was hustling to get everything done. So you can see that header done, like toggle animation done, like dark mode and light mode. Footer not done. I've only done the SvelteKit version. Maybe we'll do it today, like as a break at some point, and that's why these two are not aligned in the same way. But what should be cool about this is that these two apps, even though they are Next.js and SvelteKit, so as far as I know, nobody's done this before, at least not on stream or in public. Next.js and SvelteKit, they both share the same CSS. So I have a root CSS file that sets up everything inspired by my latest projects, and also share a tailwind config yet again. So in theory, if I were to say I want my body to be background color red, then it should change on both apps. And you can see the SvelteKit version does change immediately, but I am having a hard time with like the hot reload of the Next.js app. But hey, it is working. That's what's important here. And you can do something more subtle as well. So how I actually do CSS nowadays, it is with a lot of CSS variables, CSS custom properties, and I defined a brand color for the copy, an accent color for the copy, some surface colors. So actually I could change like the brand here and see how the background suddenly changes. Oh, and it happened to go to kinda red again. I guess it's close to 4710. So it's the red hues over there. But yeah, some things, if we decide on different styles, if we are like on dark mode and say other surfaces should be even darker, then we can just go to the one file, or maybe the surface should be lighter. We can go to the one file. Oh, I did the wrong thing. Make it super dark, like immediately dark. We can go to the one file and then it will update for both and keep things consistent. But maybe you don't like that. Maybe you want to see completely different apps and see the React version be different to the Next.js version, to the Svelte version. Maybe you want the React version to just be what the AI spits out. I don't know. I'm making this up as we go along. So this monorepo has this CSS package that it publishes only to itself. It's private, which has this root CSS and this tailwind config, and that gets imported by both the Next.js and the SvelteKit app. All of this code, open source and free. Have a look. There are potentially other things to share, like if we had a system to import SVGs set up already, then we could be sharing this nice theme toggle icon, which I do think is quite cool. Some things could be like vanilla HTML. I don't know. I did over-engineer this for sure, more than necessary for this stream, but I didn't over-engineer it like 110%. It's not up to 11. It's somewhat sensible, but I may do it offline. So feel free to leave your suggestions and I may get on them. I may do them. All right, is this enough preamble? I think so. So Advent of Svelte will have 24 hours by the time we're done. And the first one is a naughty or nice talent. So I imagine it's the only one that I have seen, so I don't really imagine. The other ones, I haven't even read the titles of most of them. Sometimes they do get increasingly tricky, but sometimes when you have the code already, especially if you're doing them all in the one repo, then you can copy paste your own stuff, or you figured out some things and you can keep carrying them over. So hopefully the increased complexity won't be too much and we will manage to do all this in time and save Christmas. So what are they saying? Day one challenge, naughty or nice. The elves have been tirelessly creating presents all year round. They're right on schedule, but today they've run into a big problem. The ancient system for tracking who's been naughty or nice is out of commission. With the hundreds of thousands of letters from children piling up alongside the records of good and bad deeds, the elves are in dire need of a modern solution. They need to digitize their magic naughty nice list system. So our mission is to build a system for the elves, enabling them to input names and tally each child's deeds to keep track of whether they're good or bad. You could even categorize them automatically as naughty and nice. Fortunately, the elves have been meticulous in their record keeping and have a backup. All of their current data is in JSON format. We'll need to import this somehow, and we have an example of what that data looks like. And we can even make a GET request here. So I haven't actually opened the Svelte lab project, so I don't know how this looks. Just a hello world, fair enough. But yeah, this is such an awesome project. By the way, I was a huge code sandbox fan back in the day. It was quite amazing. My favorite way to do workshops and have people deploying real apps that they can share links to their friends from the get-go. But then it took quite a while to be able to do stuff on the server side as well. Code Sandbox eventually offered that. StackBlitz, good solution. And I haven't played around with Svelte Lab a lot, but from what I understand, it is able to serve your SvelteKit app, which is 10 years ago. Like I wouldn't know what SvelteKit is because it didn't exist. But if you were to describe what this does, I'd be super amazed. Anyway, so one way to take this, like because they mention about tallying child's deeds, it would be that they want a UI where they say John has been naughty and Jake has been nice and Isabella has been nice again, and they change the tally. But I think what they want is a simpler list, like this tallying has been done somewhere else, and they just want to visualize it. They just want to see who has been naughty and who has been nice. And I guess positive, more good deeds. I don't know how the deeds get weighted. If it's like one good deed, like you helped a lady across the street, +1. You kicked a kitten, -1, so they be weighted the same. I don't know. But anyway, we're not here to judge the system. I imagine if your tally is positive, you've been nice and you get your present. And if it's negative, then you've been naughty, Traden, and you'll get coal or nothing. In case you actually wanted coal. So yeah, I think, how will we tell this to V0? Should I try to like do this whole thing? Why not? Maybe I'll prepare the... maybe it's a good idea to have the prompts somewhere. Like a record of the prompts. I'm sure the UI is keeping them. But one thing that you'll have to remind me is like, am I on the Next.js version, which is this one? It says, this is the Next.js one. Or this one, which is the SvelteKit one. If you see view transitions, it's the SvelteKit one. Anyway, so in the Next.js app, maybe I want like a prompts folder. What we're sending to v0. So we will try to send them all this preamble that I voiced over right now. But here I could say, there you go. AI is already helping because I do have GitHub Copilot here. So instead of sending like all this JSON, and we can say even that you can fetch this data by making a request here. So let's send this whole thing and see what happens. Oh, too long. Already too long. I copied this, so maybe it's enough. Ah, almost there. Almost there. So what type of context will we leave? Adjust this entire native solution, it's fine. So I think that will get us under the limit. How will v0 handle this? Any bets? I like it. It seems like it's going to be giving us 3 options. I like the visualization. Ah, and that's super cool because they do have the form there. So I was thinking that this should be like a search thing. Nice. I was thinking that this would just be a search thing where you just search the data. But they are, this one is claiming that you can actually affect the tally. I don't think it's what we're allowed to do. These 2 screens? I'm not sure of that. So you don't need to say that it's important from JSON. This is like a 2-column layout, I guess, where you can add children and the tally. Which is fair enough, but we won't be able to mutate that data as of now. Can I thumbs up anything? It's actually quite nice. Yeah, so not focus. Let's write it here. Let's tell them. no input functionality. All we want search for specific name and filters for naughty and nice. So no input functionality, we should just render the JSON data with the search functionality. But add search functionality. Let's see. Okay, I can come up with this UI, not bad. Should we have two columns? The filters. And I wonder if we can make this responsive, so if we can show the naughty and nice list. So what I want is this to be like all naughty nice in this pill format. Oh, great, got it. That's what I want. Pretty much. And would you say that we would want we say that we want two columns? I like this idea. I like this name. So we lost the filters, I guess, because it's like only show the naughty ones. I think I'll go with this one. Oh wow. What are those things? Would running this and this code here, and I'm afraid to press it, to be honest. And it's assuming, I guess, that I have a components folder that has like a UI button and stuff like that, which is fair enough. This input has like a area label. Interesting. Let's be brave. Let's copy and paste this. Let's copy and paste this in the Next.js app. Let's pnx v0 add this. Does it work with Monorepos? I wonder if it's gonna create the components UI directory and add those buttons and inputs and all of that. Be insane. And maybe you can edit them and then it won't override them. Oh, I need to set up v0. Maybe I should have read the docs. Just too excited to do it for this stream. So what did this add? What did this do for us? Press the button too many times. Open the editor. Get this in there. So I added this, and it's saying, oh, it's using SvelteKit UI. Interesting. Interesting. That's how it's bringing the buttons. Extremely interesting. They're using SvelteKit for this. Yeah, so I'm not gonna be setting up SADCN for this. I know it's a super popular library. Yeah, and I have used it before. So yeah, it has this directory. Let's try again. It has like a specific CSS variables, like border and stuff that I don't particularly agree with, but that's fine. Let's try to add it now. I think we should be using CSS variables here. What should we name the component? Tracker. So it added it here. Interesting. I'm gonna immediately delete it and try to add it again. Should I call it naughty or nice tracker? Is that the two verbs? Is it a tracker? Behavior tracker. It's not your nice tracker. Like letters are free. And now components, added this. and it's assuming I have like inputs and stuff. Should I immediately set up Sudoku? Sudoku. Okay, I do this. So let's try to add input button, card, and badge. Let's see where we end up. Button, input, card, badge. Can I do all of them? Input, card, badge. They're not gonna look nice because I'm not using the CSS variables that they want, but maybe that's gonna be fine. Do I also need to bring in like some other things? I think so. Other things being, I think they use some animation libraries, either a Tailwind helper or something like Framer Motion. Not sure. But if we go to themes, you can see that they use like background, foreground, card, like those things that I didn't quite like how they do it. I like separating the hue, and I just use different names for some things. Really, this is a good one. We could add this one, I suppose. But we will have some React UI for free. Maybe not. Maybe we just need to do one by one. Yeah. Did that all of them actually? That's button card input. What was the problem? Yeah, and they have this weird like class names thing, which we haven't added, but we should. And the input display name, like, is it because they do like the forward ref? And they do this weird export thing here. Doesn't need to be a surprise. But we do need to create this tills file. And is it clx npm clx? And now we can create this thing that they want. So lib utils. Oh, they have it. Fair enough. Tailwind merge. What is this? Oh, they brought in Tailwind merge and Tailwind animate. They did do those things. Great. So we don't need to do anything here. The input, like it is gonna be using like these things that we don't have, but we can make it work, I suppose. Not your nice tracker. I like doing the kebab case. I like doing the study case. I also like. Keep the advertisement. So what are we doing? Before, to solve this UI, I think we'll have a link. We'll have a tracker page, I guess, or list page. The list, maybe the list. It's not the list usually, but it has like the other thing. So to do that in Next.js, source app the list, and we'll have a page.tsx. And in here, let's look at our about page for inspiration. And let's say that this is the list. And in here, I guess we'll just render the naughty or nice tracker and see what happens. And in our main page, let's have a link to this. This is Next.js. So we want to use the special link component. And we can underline, suppose. The decoration color or something. Brand foreground brand. Is that the right thing? Probably not. Let's look at the element. Decoration, text decoration color. Oh, it is. It's decoration does something, but maybe that's not the real thing. So Tailwind config. Foreground brand is a real thing. How do I actually apply it? Oh, background. It's going to be more visible. Background accent. Not a real thing. Keep making names up. Surface. I should have different names for these two. Alright, foreground accent. That's what I wanted to do. Now we have like the nice pink underline. If we click it, make it here. And this is an input that works, but is unreadable. But that's not their fault. That's not V0's fault. It's that I haven't set up Shadokan normally with the CSS variables that they expect. But great. We don't need this. And let's make this usable. And we can have a section here. We don't need to flex and do all this crazy stuff. Maybe we do. But we don't need a background. Because we're in dark mode. And we don't need a second thing. And here we have this input that we can change. I think we'll want to pass an area label. And we have the pills and stuff. It's looking kind of nice. Why are they overusing filters and stuff? Who knows? Also, I was thinking that they would be doing server components as well. But they aren't. They aren't querying the JSON. I would have been excited for that. And the other thing I want to say is for SvelteKit. I think there is some configuration to use server components. I don't remember where it is. Server. There must be something. Like, do they have a blog? I remember reading this somewhere. It's from last year as well. Oh, well, no need to over-engineer this. Why can I click nothing out of this? They're trying to make them. Changelog server. All right, so we need this if we don't want React server components. Which did they add? No, we have them. TSX and RC. Great. All right, so I think we're kind of good to go. What we need to do is to make these components dynamic, I guess. So let's look at this input that they created here. Doing the forward ref thing. And what should the border be? We don't have this column. The BC background should be just the surface accent. No, that's gonna be too exciting. Brand one. Yeah, why not? Yeah, we could be using grays here. Maybe we should. Like I should introduce like a bland foreground, but for now it's nice. Ring offset. Next folder. What else do we have? Yeah, I don't have a muted color, sadly. Maybe that's where the grays come in. Separate gray thing here. So we can use it. And that looks nice. Now that should be dark mode. For light mode, what do we want? Not lighter, we want darker, I guess. I think that's placeholder enough. The ring. The ring doesn't seem to be working. Well, Jesus, look, this has so many things. And they have a ring color of ring. I think that's the thing to change. Yeah, I got it. Holy Santa. We don't have this, what happens? Nothing? Yes, it overrides it. Is this a real thing? Yes, so. MD border, it has a border. Ugh, I hate small text. It should always be bigger. If it's a file input, like do different magic stuff, I guess. disabled, like do a few things. Person. And foreground brand, did we say that this is a real thing? Yeah, it's white, I guess. All right, I think our input is looking good enough. So we'll be copying, I'm sure, the idea of this. Justify sender, is this needed? Justify sender 6, that's not a real thing. No max width. Does it need a container? Even? Unclear. We should fix the pills and the buttons eventually. So this is going to be like a search form, right? Input type text, they say. You don't need this. You. No label. These should have like labels. Probably bad for accessibility. Yeah, let's just put it in there. At some point, it can go like this. Probably the point is later. Oh, it's growing too much. Maybe a grid system is better. On bigger screens, like it can be it calls 3 and then oops, the class name can be C call span 2. Be empty. Not bad. And then we have the infamous list. let's do the pills. Input definitely needs different paddings. I'm using different display resolution as well. That's why it's like super big. I'm sure when I switch to the regular resolution, it's not gonna look that insane. But still. Yeah, maybe the paddings I can do offline. So let's look at the build. Oh, it's buttons. It's buttons, you say. Interesting. Oh my god, they have like a million button variants. What are they doing? What are they doing? Wow. Yeah, I don't like these buttons. I don't think I'll get into it now. I guess all you need is to like get into this matrix. Say which variant you want. I don't like it. What else can we do? So these buttons we're just ignoring. Why does everything have ARIA labels? And I think this is going to be a form eventually. Then we have a card with card headers and all of that here. So a card. So it's brand 2, is there a thing? But maybe it could just be like a gray list. I can add like a gray surface. The text, don't do anything. It has a border, great. It has a little shadow. I guess these are just the results. Right, so I'm not sure. Do I want the inputs to be like this and the cards and all of that? Do I want everything to be gray? Those are the things that keep me up at night. Rootsy says this one. Let's have a look. Thinking of adding like a surface gray. Say gray one, and let's look at our colors here. And when we are on dark mode, it should be quite dark. So let's use this one. And hex to SSL. So there are better converters than this. This one we have now. Let's create one light. So maybe gray hue, actually. Use the gray hue. The light one should be maybe this one. The other end of the spectrum, quite literally. So let's convert this one. It's a different hue or light. Look at this point, it's a different hue. It doesn't. Oh well, let's just copy these two. Then we also need to add this gray. For dark mode, dark. And we also need to go to the element config, but thankfully we only need to do this once, not once per project, just one time. So surface, oh, the accent surface has a 1 in it, because I overthought it, I guess. It wasn't working. Surface gray 1 color. So now my cards can be using brand 1, which is the same, brand 2, accent 1, which was the red one, for made for naughty children, I guess. Yeah, but also gray 1, if I had set it up correctly, which I guess I didn't. Surface gray 1, surface gray 1 color. Is that the thing I set? Node CSS, surface gray 1 color. It's correct. Gray 1 color dark. Gray 1 color light. So now it should work. But I will restart the server because it did have some issues. Still went. Yeah, nailed it. But did we like flip it around? Oh yeah. Whoops. So what do we actually want here? The light color should be this and vice versa. All right. Did pick it up this time. It doesn't look that different from our surface color, but it does look a bit different, especially on light mode. Kinda like it. Doesn't matter that much. So we have these crazy cards. Let's have these crazy paddings. I guess this one has no padding at all. Where is the padding? This is this has padding. Insane padding. Quite a lot of padding. So this could be a table as well. I wonder if Shadokan has tables. Has a data table, which is good. Ah, filter. There you go. That's what we want. like naughty nice like this then. And what other table we have? This table. Is this the one that we should have been stealing all this time? Ugh, it's using the downstack table. Which is a cool project to do that, like the React queries stuff, right? But it's a bit much for me, I'm not gonna lie. I do like the simplicity of this. Right, so not in nice tracker. Now let's double check the cards. They have this insane padding and they have padding top 0 for some reason. Don't know why. This is the footer, this is the content. Yeah, I'm not sure about the styling, but it is what Shadoken SadCN is using. So we can probably move on, because this card, do we need a card for this? I guess we don't, right? Let's be our own people and think for ourselves. We do want to display the results here. That's the thing. Do we want like a table? Should it be a card? This is a prime case for a table, that's for sure. But how am I gonna do this? Let's look at the WinUI as well. Maybe I'm gonna come across something where I'll be like, perfect. Is this all we need? There's so many tables. People love love tables. Everyone needs tables. The thing is, we only have like 2 columns, so not even avatars. Kind of like this one. Ah, they're saying that it's in a card now. Full width, not in a card. Yeah, let's kind of do it like this. And I think we need to copy on this level. Let's double check. No, maybe it's just on the table level. There are so many things. Like negative margins, like what's happening here? Just thinking about this too much. Ah, we have the badge component as well. But this is what I wanted for this too. So here I want like a filters. I guess is what I imagined. Put this in. And And these badge components, oh, it has crazy variants as well. Why? Why? So yeah, these bands I can name like to be a build component or whatever. But yeah, I'll keep them as buttons. I guess they are interactive. That's the idea for making them buttons. That's by the by. So not a card. Let's just keep going with this div. Not in their card. Let's have our own card in the results section. Didn't quite work. And I guess this is an unordered list, you could say. And then in each list item is doing something. And we can just steal this for now. Can use those two things. Hey Sam, how are you doing? It is a great day to turn some code because we're doing a festive holiday theme coding challenge with the Advent of Svelte. And I guess we'll do at least 4 streams on this today and 3 more leading up to Christmas. It's gonna be fun. And yeah, I enjoy doing this on YouTube and have others join me and see how I do things and get advice on how I should be doing things. Right, at this point, I do want to make this slightly less hard-coded. So, if we can remember our prompts thing, we can just look at the challenge, I suppose. Let's copy 3 of them. Let's copy all of them. Let's say children. This array. Some wishes you understand the purpose of typing. You always fail to make moving of hands faster. Yeah, sometimes I type fast, especially when I'm not streaming and talking at the same time, but I don't rate it as a good skill. I do think the typing of things is unimportant. It may look cool, but you don't really need it. If you get something written in like 10 minutes versus 2 minutes, it's not that big of a difference. You deliver features over the course of weeks and not in the course of like 1 hour, so it doesn't matter that much. And the biggest savings you get when you've thought about what you're gonna do. So a lot of thinking leads to less typing. So it doesn't matter that much if you can type fast or not. I will call this kids to not be confused with React children. And here I'm gonna map them. How do I map those kids? And I think we are pretending that the names are unique. I have a tally. My favorite Mass Effect character. And since they are unique, I'm gonna make the name be the key until proven otherwise. and render the name here. And then, is it naughty or nice? That's where we'll do a ternary and say if the tally is more or equal to 0. So if you haven't done, like if you're on 0, we're going to give you the benefit of the doubt. Or else you're going to get the naughty bats. There you go. Could be good enough for now. And the background can be this, but we do have like our primary color. So it does happen that our secondary color is this. But we can have like an error color as well. Angel, not angle. I love it. And once again, it's like they love unreadable text. Oh, I guess by default they make them even smaller. Wow. All right, so let's make our own bill, I guess. So if this was just a span, like, what happens? I see. Right. Yeah, maybe like a smaller text is fine for this. Maybe not. Let's do the padding first. It does look nicer, cleaner. And even more on it. Doesn't look half bad. So let's create our own like bill component. So let me know, Sam. And hello in the chat. I want you to tell me at least one thing that you're great at. I know that you're great at many things. You need to find one and say, I'm actually great at this. I'd love to know. Could be anything, doesn't need to be coding related. Next purpose. Oh, I do need to pass the background color, I guess, here. So how do they use like the cyan thingy? Like this? An optional class name. It's going to be props. And here will be used in the class name, and then all of these things. Structs without, and no background for this. And I could have variants like success pill or like the nice pill or naughty pill. It's fine. Maybe I should. We'll see. Like now we only have the one place to use them, so I won't do it. And this can be the pill. I can even have the copy ready to go. And this will also be the pill. Instead of the bats. All right. Read like font thing. Font. Let's look at the font weights of Tailwind. Light. Not big of a difference, to be honest, but there is some difference. I will do it for fun, just because we have variable fonts. I'm gonna treat myself to this extra UI. And the question is, should I have emojis on either side? That makes it less readable, I think. Cool, so we have these guys here. We can give them some gap. Just a little gap. Yeah, I think that's like over-engineered enough for now. And it looks decent like this. I was debating like putting it inside a table or a card or something like that, like even this surface. But is this what we want? I kind of like the surface-less design, to be honest. It is actually huge. Right, so the list. I have made this a content grid. But I've made the text Excel. That's why. Text to Excel. That's insane. That's not what we want. Did I do this for the about page too? With the about page, it's fine. Reasonable, I'd say. We should be showing the tally as well, shouldn't we? Not just like the V0 has told us categorization to not show the tally, but I do think we should be displaying it. Maybe another span here of the tally. Maybe we actually just want it here. And maybe that's like a little div. That's the span. That's inside the little strong tag. Now we are on the Next.js React app. It's hard to see. Like on the next stream, I will have like something on the screen that makes it more obvious where we are. But where you see localhost 3000, it's maybe I will say Advent of Next.js. It's gonna be the Next.js app. Then we'll switch over to the Svelte app. Also, if you see view transitions, Svelte. Now it's React. If you see class name, it's React. If you see class, it's SvelteKit. But I'm sure I will get confused as the stream goes on. If we map like this, it's React. And hello, hello. I did greet you before, but you also greeted me too. Right, is this still... we can say like... bad deeds. I think that's good enough. So we have the UI. We want to make this searchable. So I input something here, and then we're gonna be seeing only the results. So if I put in E, I should only see Emma and Ethan and Isabel. Does everyone have any? I should have picked a different word. So if I do like E, well, if I do Sam, I should just see the Sam here. Just this one. Who has been naughty? I'm afraid to report. Sorry to report. But let's look at the agenda. Yeah, I guess we will finish the Next.js take. And then we're gonna switch over to SvelteKit. So let's commit what we've done so far. Done this with hard-coded data. The next thing to do is to have this be dynamic. And I guess with Next.js, we can have a server component here. So let's see how we'll actually do it. So I'm definitely gonna collocate this with the page being the list page. So let's drag it here. And now it's here. And we can have this component fetch the kids. So let's just say we have a method called fetch kids with alleys, which just returns promise. It can be async, I guess. An async method that returns these kids. And then in this component, it's turned into a flat arrow component. And say kids await fetch kids with tallies. And it should look the same. Let's switch this around. All right. Kind of switch things around. Proven that we can do async await work, but actually how we will be fetching the kids. I guess maybe we don't actually need anything. Or do we? Debating. Of course, this should be in a different file for sure. Let's call it fetch kids with tallies. .ts. So there was a refactor button to press, but I didn't press it. I think we'll be feeding like some parameters to this thing. To actually only show some results. So what do we want here? We want to hit an API. Yeah, we can have this be an internal API, but they are telling us that we should hit this. Paste this better. Done. If response, okay. Not it's Alex. All right. So will this just fetch dynamic data? The answer is yeah. Oof. It's a lot of kids in the word. And my other question is, will Next.js be dynamically casting this or not? Not sure. Hey Lawal. Not much? What's up with you? Oh, thank you so much. Lawal was saying that they love my vids. For real, for real. That's amazing. Did you catch the last one? Send on Sunday. I really enjoy doing those. Usually the streams are definitely faster to get out because I do prep and then have a 4-hour stream, and then people can enjoy them and be in the chat and code with me. But the videos, even though they're like 7 minutes long, they take many hours to put together. But I like them. That's where I sneak in the most jokes per minute. So we have successfully fetched the children, but they also want to be able to search them, right? So let's do it naively, kinda. I guess they're saying that this API is not queryable, so we will be fetching everything no matter what, which is interesting. So if I was to say, like, query, make this be an object, and query can be a string or undefined. Here, kids can be, like, all kids can do this. But if there is a query, we can filter them. As far as this is concerned, this is something that has name and values. So this, can I type it here? I don't think so. This is a kid array. And then, oh, it's even doing the lowercase thing, which I would have forgotten for sure. For real, for real. All right, so else I guess we just return all kids. Oh, you love the editing. Thank you. Yeah, I love the editing too, even though it takes me so long. I think it's worth it. And it's another talent, another skill to learn how to edit well and keep the pace and keep people engaged. And I love doing it. I've actually changed non-linear editors. I'm using DaVinci Resolve now. I used to use Final Cut, before that LumaFusion, before that Adobe Premiere Pro. So much like I'm juggling SvelteKit and Next.js, I keep juggling through all these editors, even though most sensible people would just try to become experts on one. But it's fun. All right, so let's pretend that we have a query somehow. I've captured it from the form, and it's a query for hey, and we do get Haley and Shad. Interesting. I think it's just because I did like some trickery here. I should only be getting like those two. And everyone. Cool. It looks like this will probably work if we only manage to make this form work. So let's have a look at server actions with Next.js. And can you do like search forms? Server actions, form. Can you do get forms? Because that's what we're gonna do with SvelteKit. This also is going to have search params. So let's say that the page actually it's going to be getting search params. And I guess we need to type this, type props. Search params. Maybe it's there, and maybe it has a query. And we can type this, we can use this type. Maybe we should just say this for safety. And then we can pass this here. I guess so. And we'll see what happens. Let's try to pass the query here. Did I say that this needs to be a string? Oh, I said it can be undefined. What's up with that? I didn't type it. So now it should be fine. And if my calculations is correct, if we say query Mina, we do get only Mina. So that's nice. That's really nice. There's some errors happening here. I imagine it's my toggle icon. This one. Sure. Download the DevTools. No thanks. Alright, so we have this thing. So in Mina, because we added query Mina to the URL, and my question is, how do we do this dynamically? So this can be a form, and we can even put it inside the search element, which is a new element. New element is stored. New HTML element is stored. And I don't remember what this was doing, so let's double check. Look up for here, sure. And do we need this? And what else do we need? We have this form, which should keep us to this page. And I guess this input has a name for query. So if I say L, we get Eliza, Ezekiel, and all of that. So it just works. No hello kids. Cool. But we are losing the child's name because I guess default value should be the query that we got. So it starts with Mina. Yes, men. Awesome. Maybe some UI for when we don't have any kids, like placeholder UI. No matching kids. And we could use like with a clear button and a submit button. Stuff like that. Would be nice. Did say that Stuart is not a unique name. I guess there are two Stuarts here, are they? Yeah, so I was afraid of this. Well, that's fine. It just means we can make the keys be the name and the tally. That should make them unique. So React will have a better time knowing where is what. All right, so let's see. We have a Sam. Thought we had. I guess only the placeholder data. Do we have something that starts with low? LA. Not many names. Do we have a Zon? Oh, not Zon. Those kids these days, they have uncommon names. All right, but I think we're good. I guess a little icon, so sometimes you want to like manually press something here. So we can do that. And we can do the filter, so do only so naughty or nice kids. So after this, actually, we can have a button. And we can have a span. Search. And it can say go, I guess, so we can see how this looks. The form can be flex, items center, gap 2, gap 4, gap 8. Some people would put the icon inside the component here. Maybe we should have a look. Button. Someone is drilling right outside my window. Hopefully it's not raising your ears. I'm looking for a button with an icon or something. Should it just be like this? I guess so. Just conflicted. Here icons, let's bring them in. I think we'll just use this one. So let's bring it in. Install this. Can even do pnpm. And then we can use them like this. View. Take up the correct one. Hope so. So here, let's try to import certs. Oh, it was magnifying glass, wasn't it? Not certs. This one, so let's use it. And I imagine we can pass in a class name to make it bigger or smaller. Or do you pass in with? Yeah, class name. Sure. Why is it floating? Does the button need to be a bit different? I guess so. of course, the label is an actual label. That's too many things. So maybe can I actually put the button here? We're about to find out. And maybe just a bit smaller. 7. So now you can press enter like before, or you can click the button. Sweet. What else do we do? We can do like the filters as well. So we can say, so all naughty nice. And we can do a similar thing where we have a similar form, I suppose, or the same form. I'm just thinking in my head what the query parameters should be. Like, should I say status, naughty nice, or nothing? Yeah, I think that makes most sense. So search params, let's say that we also have a status, maybe. And let's first see how this is gonna work. SvelteKit with tallies, this thing. So status, say it's null. We're taking a status. Structure in here. I guess in this level, query is defined. Say query is always a string. It will default to this. So should default on this level someday. And now I think even this will be happy. So the filter what will we do? How will we do this? Like, we can do it in one line, but it may be less readable. So if query sadly I cannot do it without a one-liner. I just don't think like that. So if no query or this matches, this extra comma, extra parentheses, then introduce it. It seems to compile. So if there is no query or matches, and do it. And no status or status If status is equals nice, then we want the tally to be over or equal to 0. Get that out. Or else tally less than 0. And I think now here, if we also ask for a status, and we use the status, then we will be able to make these buttons work. But I think I will need to take a small break. Be right back. We're back to finish the filtering functionality and do it with SvelteKit as well. And we should be able to do at least 2 days. I'm feeling confident. So, catch you in just a bit. And we're back with some water, fresh coffee, and ready to rumble. So what were we doing? I was thinking about this, that these are actually now inputs. It's radio inputs. You can only select one. And we were just doing this in a different stream for the full stack quiz. So should I like open that up and just steal some code? But first, let's see if that's gonna work. So let's have no query here. And let's say that in the search params, we're gonna be stealing some things. We're gonna be stealing status, and if we were to say status equals naughty, then we should only see the naughty ones. But it didn't quite work, did it? Did we implement this? Did I dream this? So SvelteKit with tallies, we're passing the status in here. We are passing the status, and we're saying, oh, right. The status is nice, then we want the tally to be more than this, or else, I guess the status is naughty. Huh. I did want to group this here, and it didn't let me before. Why not? Like return this if there is no query. I think this or is making it just return early, but there's no way prettier is doing that for me, does it? So I don't want this unnecessary parentheses. Is it unnecessary? Yes, not. Let's do it the long way. So if there is a query, and there is a status, we could even filter twice, but that's not great, is it? Maybe easier to do with reduce actually. All right, let's use reduce. We do want to end up with a kid array. And we're gonna start with an empty array, and we're gonna have the accumulator, and then we have query and a status, and a tally. And then, no, sorry, we have a name and a tally. And that looks kind of correct. So if there is a query and the name doesn't include the query, then we don't add it to the array. If there is a status and the status we can do it a bit differently. If there is a status, then we're gonna do another if status equals Nice. Tally is less than 0. Then we return the accumulator. Or the status is naughty and the tally is over or equal 0. Then we just return the accumulator, or else we do add the kid. And return the accumulator here. So does that make a difference? It does. Because we have the status here being naughty. Status here being nice. It just works. So even if the status is like gibberish, it will show all of them. But specifically, like we're making naughty and nice work. Sweet. We're getting somewhere. So how do I make these buttons actually do this? Well, it could be a separate form. Hello. And these could just be submit buttons, right? Maybe that's what I want. Maybe that's the easiest way to do it. There could be like radio groups and stuff, but that's just boring. So maybe this is a form. And maybe all the buttons have names. And their names are status. And they all have values. And their values are all naughty nice. And I think I can submit this form. And it just works. Amazing. Well, isn't that great? Does it keep this? It doesn't. That's the thing I was afraid of. So that's why I kinda like maybe we need to put them in the same form and have an option, but maybe that's good enough for now. Ah, this form can have a hidden input. That would be diabolical. But really, they should be like radio inputs, shouldn't it? And we can keep them ugly for now and call it a day. Maybe Tailwind UI has nice inputs, radio groups. Not thrilled, but maybe this one is the best one. Wow. Fill set at legends, that's great. That's what we want. I will be able to select this somehow. Guess not. Having a hard time scrolling down. So in here, I guess they have a React version. Ugh. Do I want to bring in headless UI? Remember, I had like problems here. So the answer is no. But what I actually want is our previous form will have this thing. And wherever we say class, it's definitely be doing this more first with SvelteKit. And they have like some things I need to ignore. These comments. The inputs are complaining. We didn't close them. But why? Let's grab them all and close them. You know how much I love Tailwind. Like Tailwind UI, not thrilled. Right, so what do I want to do here? Can I have an array of this? Let's have it be an array. Any, naughty, or nice. And how will I know if it's active? I guess I can default it. Is that the only disabled one? Yeah, we don't need them. And I guess we only need one. We just need to do it correctly. And now everything is in stock, and the question is it active or is it not active? Is it the label that's getting those things? I guess so. So these things, I want to map kid statuses, map its status, and return a label for each one, I suppose. All right, and the key is going to be the status. something is wildly flipping out. I don't know why. Oh, this. And we said that this can be CN, which we can bring in from whichever library, from our utilities file. You can have all of these classes anyway. Active, insect, so different things. Interesting. So aren't they like applied? I don't get it. Why is this different? Don't quite get it. Shouldn't this be like active something? When it's active at these classes, isn't it a hover, like a prefix like hover? A pseudo state or whatever. Yeah, get them. Are they thinking I'm gonna do this in a different way? Not sure. Can I not get them now? Oh, I did do the wrong thing. So this thing, I think I can just add these. I can't focus on them for some reason. It weirds me out, and we'll figure it out. So the value is going to be the status here. And I don't need this, but I need this the status. And I don't need to uppercase. I can capitalize, I suppose, but it's American spelling. Fair enough. And I guess like default checked. Oh, I get the status from here. Just filter, I'll call it here. Status filter, status filter, status filter. And if it's, yeah, I'll just say status filter equals to status. Status filter. All right, and when it's checked, we want these things. Hey Sam, thank you as well for agreeing with Lowell. I'm glad you find my videos engaging. So I guess all of these things, should I just add them as like checked something? I think so. So let's add the checked here. It is on the label level. All right, so what are we missing UI wise? We are extending the color, so we should have like all the colors in a word. So this one should be checked. And all of these weird labels, let's delete them for now and maybe forever. What the set? These extra labels. Let's get there. And let's see, maybe we don't need class names for this. So let's look at some background. BG something. Let's use this background for little labels. Label is gonna be this. All right, it is gonna work. So what's the deal? And this should be checked. So why isn't this working? Is default checked a real thing? I think so. So this should be checked. Let's try to inspect it. Ah, of course. The problem is that the input is checked. That's why we were having some trouble. Like the label can never be checked. That's the problem, unfortunately. And that's why we're doing it in a completely different way in the 1.6p stream. But at least we can make these be on the same level. Yeah, I'm not sure about the grid system they have here. Like this should be flags, sure. This should be the first items. This should be the second item. Why isn't this in a row? Just in case. give the old restart the server trick a try. Not sure. Oh well, let's have a look at what we've done in bonus XP thingy. In our front-end quiz app. We did happen to use Svelte there, which was great. So it was a radio input. We had legends and stuff. In a field set. We did have a lot of CSS for this. That's why I'm kinda not super keen to do it. Thinking whether we should just move on. Like this is a bonus feature, like to just show the naughty or nice ones. So maybe I should just give up. Even if it's not visible, let's see if it's gonna work. So if I press naughty, I click, it will show the correct one. So this is gonna work. And if I have certs, right, so it does work. Fine. Interesting. If I have a search here and I click the button, it doesn't quite work. So yeah, that may be complicating things. So maybe I should leave it for another time. And let's not filter like that. And do it slightly later. So field set, goodbye for now. Kit statuses, goodbye for now. And this, we can still get this from the URL, but that's fine. And maybe on this page we should have, not on next trigger we do, maybe on the navigation. So what am I trying to say here? I'm trying to say that the UI is good enough. These things, these extra forms, get it out. So I think that's it. That's the UI we're going for. Not horrible, even on light mode, like doable. And let's have a look at the spec and see, did we actually fulfill it or are we fooling around? Build a system for the elves, enable them to input names and tally each child's deeds. Oh, missing apostrophe here. Tally each child's deeds to keep track of whether they're good or bad. You could even categorize this automatically as naughty or nice. So yeah, I think that's the extent of the challenge. So we may just commit this and move on with our lives. Not gonna use this. We are querying this thing. We're doing some filtering. We're not using this button. We are advertising V0. change this. All right. So it's PNPMI. Just to see if package.json changes. It doesn't. Did I do it in the correct folder? I didn't. If I do it here, then it does change the pnpm log file. So I removed one thing. And we can say display the list in React app. So that's cool. But if we go to this page, we can see that we don't have feature parity anymore. The Svelte app is still this, but the Next.js app is ahead. We have the naughty and nice tracker here. Ooh. Search by name. Let's fix it now. What did we call it? The list tracker, another nice tracker. Yeah. So at some point, this needs to grow. Kind of weird. Look. Grow. I've put them in like a weird span for some reason. This thing. So why is that span not big enough? Like this span should be bigger. This span, where did it say to be full? Stretch. Block. That does something. But not much, to be honest. Ah, of course, this should now go here. Yeah, take 2 columns. Sure. And we can push it later. So finally, 2.5 hours in, 2:36 minutes in, we did the Next.js version of the first challenge. Let's see if we can do it with Svelte. And the first thing to do, I guess, is to create a link. So on the root page, what do we have? Just a link like this. you can do filter on hover. We can make it a bit lighter. Just a bit. And we can do transition filter. Kinda works. Copy both of these, copy all of these. And we'll go to our plus page.svelte. Time for Svelte. I guess I should have a banner on the overview of the screen. I think that would be awesome. That's the way to do it. Right, switch to Svelte. Svelte here. Link is not a thing. You just use regular anchors. And class name is not a thing. Let's say class. Your nice tracker. We're in. So if we go here, nothing. How do you do that in SvelteKit? Very similarly, you go to your source routes directory, not app directory, but you do reflect the URL path. So we want the list directory and a plus page.svelte. And here, I guess, can copy the list page and see what's happening. Class name to class. Here do hello world. Didn't quite expect it to look like this, if I'm being honest. I just need to put this in a div instead. All right, so get in there. We click, we get this in the SvelteKit version. In the SvelteKit version, we click and we get this. Sweet. So I guess we called it not your nice tracker, didn't we? Let's copy all of it. For our page.svelte. But it's actually going to be a .svelte file. It's not going to have props or anything. Let's just copy the template stuff. Paste them here. Input. Let's have it be like an input without an input value. With a value. And maybe query, introduce a script, TypeScript script. But now we can immediately do this from the page params. So the plus page store. So I should have kept the script tag. So from the page store, it will have a URL, which will have search params, we can actually derive this value. Maybe that's going to be easier. Query equals page store URL search params get query. Just use it here. And the other node on I start. Lowercase to denote that lowercase is fine. And here, block and grow. Did I actually need this? No. Goodbye to those. For the magnifying glass icon, what are we gonna do there? I guess we'll create an SVC. So icons. Let's have a class Svelte, and we can go to here icons. I suppose there's somewhere there. Copy the SVC, go to SVC OMC, paste them in, and get a slightly better thing. Stroke width 1.5. Wow. And the color goes to the stroke. Interesting. Anyway, we can see that we can use class names like this. And here can import magnifying glass icon from there, great, and use it and move on with our lives. And then the kids. Nobody think of the kids. And the kids, of course, are gonna be an array name and tally. It's great. The Copilot can see the rest of my project, so they know what's a kid. But the way you do loops in SvelteKit, you do its kids as name tally, and you don't need a key. And in the end, you need and it's, and here it's a classic if situation. Else and if. But bill, what's a bill? We'll need to reintroduce that. Every class name should be class. It's that one. And what's a bill? Let's have a bill component here. Very good Svelte. Let's look at our other bill. That's the span. And this can be a slot. instead of children, it's going to be class, and instead of using this thing, I guess we don't have CLSX here. We could bring it in, but I don't really want to. So we can use the class name here. We did the same thing for these components. So each bill can take a class name. Now we know what bills are. And everything is good in the Word. So if we actually render this with an empty array, and hardcode the kids like how we started. Use these. All right. Looks the same. So this looks weird. The icon is not there. So what's that about? Do I not have tailwind forms? SvelteKit app. I do. So how can this possibly be different? Don't have it in the tailwind config. Oh, I'm not using this anymore. Tailwind config in here. We are using the plugin forms. Great. And the other tailwind config, the Next.js one, yeah, we're just exporting this. All good. So we should indeed have correct styles here. Oh, this has no styles. Ah, of course. It's uppercase input. But it's an input that, yeah, with that weird subcn library. But we did make it kind of our own. Whoa. Wow. So maybe we can just use this. Maybe. Well, we only have the one input for now, so just paste this in and kind of move on with our lives. Not quite. I guess that input must be doing something extra. It's like a million things. It smells like it's Tailwind not doing or doing something. surface brand 2. And did we do like a gray? But we did add them. Next, LZ. Yeah, this does work. That feels like a real thing. The backgrounds don't seem to work. It feels like the forms reset is not quite working. So let's have a look. Just import it and it just works. Let's restart the server just in case. Oh, it was the server restart this time. Good. Right, so we are at the same point where we have hard-coded data. But how do you not do hard-coded data with SvelteKit? It's going to be a bit different because we don't have React components. What we do have is load methods. So we can have a plus page.server.ts, and here I can export a load method. It's going to be doing some stuff. And it's like page server load magically typed for us, and we can just return kids, and kids is going to be fetch some kids from Hacker News. Interesting. Let's say it's promise resolve the array of kids that we're gonna copy from the UI. Data. Gonna reorder those. Oh, two Isabellas. They were in the demo UI, just to let us know that they're not unique. How kind of them. And now you can say that the kids are the data kids because SvelteKit is awesome and will type this magic data variable according to what you're returning from your load methods. So I don't know if you've noticed, but we have a different thing here, and we can still have a helper method. We could even extract these methods into a different project, like a package. I think we will, actually. Like, not now, I will do it offline, because maybe it's gonna take like a million hours. Maybe not. Maybe not. So what am I talking about? I'm talking about fetch kits with tallies. This thing can just be in one place, and we call it from both the SvelteKit app and the other app. Right? Because we could even be testing it there. I do like that as an idea. Like, much like we have the CSS package, it has some specific files Yeah. But then it's like, how does it get fat? Does it magically get it, depending where it's running? We could have like a new package, which is the Advent API, and it can have a packetization. Let's see if it's gonna work. If it's gonna work, we're gonna do it. If it's not gonna work, we're not gonna do it. And we can say that it exports this file, and it has no dependencies. And in its source folder, it just has this file. Is this gonna work? I wasn't planning to do this, but it's cool in my head, so I'll give it a try. We need a tsconfig. And which one are we going to use? I'm not sure. Let's use the one from CSS and reload window. Now we do have this file. I'm going to be exporting the kit. And the $1 million question, I guess, is if back on this app, the Next.js app, my packetization, I say that I also depend on something, and that something is going to be Advent API. And in my React component, the tracker TSX thingy, instead of bringing this in from here, can I bring it from at repo Advent API? Is there anything else that I try to do? Like maybe I need to PNPMI harder. Try. I think this will work. Maybe not. Is there another place where I set things up? Tailored config, sure. Packetization, I have it. I don't. So maybe this will work. There is a big difference that this is not a CSS file, it's a TypeScript file. Yeah, it doesn't like it. It can't resolve this. Did I type everything correctly? Do things need to be hoisted harder? So we added this, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, I'll just check one more bucket station. Anything else I did different? Packages, Advent API, source, whatever. Is this how it looked in the other file? Yeah, it's not relative. The name is @repo/css. Repo Advent API. Is it because I have it in the source folder? Maybe I need to specify an entry point or something. Oh. Yeah, that was it. But there must be a better way to do this, right? So, but I'm not gonna figure it out now. Instead of files, I think you need to specify entry points or something like that. Ensure you're importing it correctly. With name and types pointing at this. So the name is correct, but oh, fix name and types. Maybe this can export everything. I guess so. So back in this bucket station, let's just say that it's this. And we can have an index file, which normally I don't like. Let's just export from star. And now that we've done it like this, maybe in our not your nice tracker, we can import like this, and we have it all the same. Perfect. All right, we figured it out. So now we only have this in one place. We can even get this type and use it. And in our specific Next.js app, we can remove that file, this one, not used. And we're doing all of this because we want to use the exact same thing in our server method. So here, instead of hardcoding the kids, we want to await fetch. Will it ever find it? Probably not. What did we call it? Fetch kids with tallies. It's gonna kind of figure it out. People. But of course, we need to add this as a dependency here too. So in the Next.js app, bucket.json, we added this monorepo Advent API. And in our SvelteKit app, we want to add the same thing. So in this bucket.json, and PNPMI for good measure. Fun. So now this should have been happy. Maybe reload the window. Yeah. So the moment I save here, instead of like a few kids, we should have all the kids in the word. Let's go. Yes, nailed it. Cool. So now the search functionality. We've done this a lot with the Next Learn class, both for Next and SvelteKit, but we're doing it again. So, and we just did it, I guess, for this. Should be a similar thing. But in SvelteKit, the load methods do have the URL object. So right here, we can say that query is URL search params get query, and then we pass it here. It's not an object. And I guess we can default to this. And of course, our tracker thingy has a form, and it has our input, and magically, when we submit this form, it should just work. So heaven. Nailed it. And you saw that we had this view transition, which is a thing. It's a style. But we may want to isolate, I guess, the results. We still want to slide in the other things. Like the results could be bouncing up and down in a nice way. Kinda like it. Burning. But yeah, maybe we won't do it now. Maybe we'll do it later. We do have the slide in animation, I guess. So we could be separating the stuff. When not your nice is not already on the page, it could be sliding in. But when it is, it should stay, and only the results should reappear. Anyway, we have implemented this in a cool way with reusing the backend logic. So that's neat. Does this stay? Yeah, because we did the page URL thing. We flew through this. UI is the hardest thing. So let's say implement SvelteKit version. And yeah, sync synchronize the changes. And think about whether we should do the view transitions too. The thing is, I guess this should always be at the top of the page. I guess. So if we grow this, does that do anything? It's not. If we grow the page, does that do anything? Yeah, that's something. And then if we also grow this, no. Yes, that's a bit better. Not much better, but a bit better. So this thing, and we also need something for no results, I'm reminded. So really, if we have this grow, nothing happens. Self start. Justify self start? Nope. I guess I have something in the content grid that says space the items. And that's fine. Let's look at the root CSS. Next to content grid. Space between this, guess so. Anyway, doesn't matter that much. What matters? That's nothing. This did something. And I'm thinking that this could have like a view transition name. Put this down here. And say that this is the tracker header. Wait a minute, what did I make the tracker header? This, correct. Ah, it was in this other page, sorry. So here, now it has a view transition name. And you can see that the header just fades in instead of sliding in. So how do we amend that? We can say if it's only child or not, but I guess I'll have to go to the Google explainer. So go to my sources and links. So we did this, videos, we have it done. And this one, this one. All right, it's good to have sources. So I remember there is a section here that says when something is in the old and the new page, then you can do it like this. I think it was a sidebar example. Yeah. It doesn't appear on all pages, but it does appear sometimes. And I guess that's the thing that we can do. Is it? Let's see. Do I need a global selector? Because it's SvelteKit. Oh. All right. So it kind of did something. Why is it not animating out? Not sure. Did I copy it the same way? Let's double check. If I copy it hard enough. Ah, those things. Maybe they're not defined. Faded and missing. I call them a different thing. So what do I want to do? When it leaves, I want it to do this. And when it enters, I want it to do this. Why did I copy the same thing? When it enters, I want it to do this. All right. Now we're cooking. How good is that? Much better. So this press this, and this also press this. So we can copy the same thing and go to this and say why do I have a section and a div? Don't need it. So maybe here do this and gap 4, I guess. This div has the certs on the UL, right? guess the answer is wrong. Good. Does this need this? No? Great. Love it. Does this mean that this is the thing that I want to grow? Maybe this? Not really. So what's with this insane gap? Like this page, they say it's one. If we didn't have it, then it would be golden. But it has like this insane gap for some reason. I don't actually want this to grow. I do think I want this to grow. I guess that's not the case. It's an item in the content grid. That's something to debug online. Get too lost in the woods. What I really wanted to do is say that this search element has some styles. So my search can be tracker search. And now it's flying in, but it flies into position, stays. Like without the inspector, it would be smoother too. Nice. And the results keep flying in like everything else, but they could actually do something for them as well. Interesting. So each list item could have a transition name. Or it could have a key, like it do it like a svelte transition type of thing. Thinking about it, inspired by my latest video too. Ugh, but I won't be able to have all of those flying, I guess. I don't know if I like it more or less. I like the flying in situation. I can't say like any transition, sadly. Like any transition in there do this. Don't think so. Can I? Yeah, I don't think I can. Yeah, chat, you let me know. Do you like this more or less? I think there must be a way with like SvelteKit to animate this better. So I'm gonna remove this. results are flying in, even if the same result is gonna get in. And that's fair enough. And I would want to stick this to the top, but I can't for some reason. It's because how I've set up this content grid. It's really what else have we got here? Kind of like it now. Like the shakiness. Let's say that it's for UX reasons. It's because it's a grid and it's trying to make the height of each column like similar, I guess. But yeah, kind of like it. It's trying to keep the search bar in the middle so you can tap it with your finger more easily. Alright, I think that's good stuff, I would say. What did we do? We did search did change the naughty or nice tracker because we had a needless div. So let's see if that's truly the case. I think that's server side as well. I think there must be a way to do it client side with Next.js. Maybe have like on submit use router, like some weird thing. But we're not gonna do it today. It's a story for another day. So did we just do like a bit of view transitions here? Sweet. I think that completes the first day. Again, on the left, SvelteKit. On the right, Next.js. Isn't it much nicer how the transitions give you like the immediate feedback? Something's happening. Hey Paul, how are you doing? So let's search again. Let's search for Paul. Do we have a Paul? No Pauls. Like, no normal names here. We have peasants. This is a virtue, but they must have not enough peasants because the tally is not good. So I do think the transitions make this. We can, like if we do more things client-side, we could change the Next.js one to behave similarly. But I think it's a bit too much. Also we have this at the top, so change it. What did we do for that? What did we add and where? I can only imagine we added something here. I guess we didn't. Did we remove something? It looks the same. Oh, we made this grow, right? Okay. All right. So we should be back to sameness. Almost the same. I wonder what's the slightly... it's because the footer is bigger on this one. What makes programming such a fun task? How can it be fun doing this daily? I guess when each challenge takes you 5 hours, it may not be fun to do it daily, but I imagine that others are gonna be smaller. So when you get one that you can do in like 15 minutes, then you feel happier, and you can always catch up, which is what I will be doing eventually. It's a challenge, and when you have a challenge, you have a limitation, and limitations inspire creativity and can allow you to be creative in other ways. I have a goal to work towards, but yeah, if every one of these is like 5 hours, that's 2 months. That's almost an extra day job. But as a reminder, I am over-engineering all of these things and deploying them like in 2 identical apps. You don't have to do it as complicated. You can just take it easier and go on a shorter curiosity journey. But as I said at the start of the stream, sometimes I play Spider-Man 2 for fun, sometimes I play Baldur's Gate, and sometimes I go into 5-hour coding rabbit holes, and I love it. Well, sometimes I think it's too much. It's also like the dressing, like you need to save Christmas. I love those things. All right, so we can do a quick amend. And see what's the second one. As the clock ticks down to Christmas Eve, Santa is preparing to eat all the cookies left by children all over the world. But amidst the holiday cheer, a small problem has arisen. How can we keep track of how many cookies Santa has munched? You've been tasked with creating a cookie counter which can show the tally of cookies munched. We should also be able to add, remove, and reset the count. SvelteBot, in its wisdom, recommends exploring the dynamic world of Svelte transitions and animations to level up your creation. If you're up for it, you could consider adding a feature that shows Santa's mood based on the number of cookies eaten. Maybe he gets a little merrier with its cookie. So that sounds simpler. Single bell balancer. We'll see. We won't get to this one today, I'm sure. But let's see if we can have like a quick go to the cookie counter. So let's see what our prompts are looking like. You can do like an insane animation with this, I'm sure, where you just eat the cookie. So the button press can even be this. Is this an image or is it an SVG we can steal? I guess we can steal either. Can do a little sound. With the pace I'm going, like I will have this done by the time next Christmas has come. And of course, this doesn't blow up if Christmas does come. If you've fallen behind and it takes you a bit longer, that's also So let's see how AI is going to do with this. What did they paste? I think we're actually going to be able to do the whole prompt. So V0, let's see. Yeah, we can feed it the whole prompt. Let's see what we get back. Like the AI can do it in 5 minutes. We're getting somewhere. Add the remove cookie. Can you remove the cookie? Remove the count. Remove the count doesn't make sense. I think they mean reduce the count. More fun. Santa's mood. Nice, I like this design. Cookies must. I like the eaten cookie here. Santa's mood, happy. I like this one more. How do they call it? Merry Munchometer. Munchometer. Alright, so I think we will go with a design like this, but I won't actually copy and paste the code. Because that took way too long. They have the cookie icon as an SVG, the half-eaten cookie. That's wild. Do they have cookie here? No? Where did it find it? That's amazing. Like the image of a cookie though. But yeah, I think we will follow our AI overlords and go with a design that does look like this. Why not? And the mood. We can have different icons of Santa that are like happier or less happy, but I think I'll do a basic implementation and then work on it offline because there's only not much time in the world. So Next.js first, or should I do SvelteKit first this time? Doesn't really matter. Let's go SvelteKit first. So we did this. The second channel, I guess, like, where are you supposed to be storing the cookies in local storage, I imagine, not a database or anything like that? I guess you just leave one window open on Christmas Day and you're supposed, like an elf, is adding and removing cookies. And that's it. I guess so. But it could be like a real-time database where the children are supposed to be there and report. It's like, oh, Santa has eaten the cookie. But they're asleep when he's delivering. Not sure. But yeah, feels like a very quick challenge that you can have fun with animations when you eat the cookie and the expressions of Santa. You can have like 3 images for like normal state, happy state, and angry, tired state, but you can go wild. You can use something like Rive animations. It would be awesome. I guess let's say that we've seen this take, but we haven't implemented. talents. So like this, let's say that we've seen V0's take and we're gonna get inspired by it and do the SvelteKit one. So, new route, SvelteKit app. I think we'll call this one, I said SvelteKit app, it's plus page here. Meter. Did they spell it in a specific way? So let's do this one. We can even say like day 1, day 2. Maybe not. So this page doesn't exist. This kind of reminds me as well that we're gonna have meta descriptions for all of this. So in the list, we should also be returning some metadata. And the metadata should be here instead of Advent of Svelte. We can say naughty or nice tracker. We did do this. Now you can see that there is a better title. How do you like the mascot that we created as well? I love it. And before we forget, I'm not gonna add it in the Next.js app, but I'm gonna take inspiration from this and create the monorepo page. And in here, I guess this won't have any backend stuff. We won't be storing the state anywhere. Guess we could be storing the URL again. It's just silly. Merry Monorepo. That's exactly what I wanted to say. Merry Monorepo. All right, so we've done this, and then on the page here, what are we gonna have? We won't need any special view transitions on this one, I don't think. Maybe we will. Like, we'll have forms again. I am gonna keep it. I'm even gonna call it munch or header. Let's see it. Here we are. And what did the AI say? The AI wants this. So we have an explanation. Should we just have the description again? We're not gonna have any data. I guess we won't. I'm not sure. Unclear. But not for now. Yes, in this page this should also be JavaScript. And what I was thinking was whether we need a little explanation. Cool. So we want a cookie with a number, and I guess they have the SVT here, so we just steal it. Need to React. But why? I know it's invalid. Let's put it here and try to get the React out of this. Now width and height. Oh. Oh, box. Viewport. Was correct, but it's stroke dash width, stroke line cap, and line join. And now we can paste this in, hopefully. And see it. Indeed. And paste it again. Turn this into a Svelte component. And do our class name trick. And what do we want the background color to be? That's a decent question, but I don't know the answer. Let's render it though. Ahead of myself. And in the div, there are two things. There is the count, and there is the cookie. Did I not call it cookie? I did. So why is this trolling me? Now it's like... Alright, decent size for a cookie. Way too big. It's 6XL, I really think. This. XL, 8XL. 9 Excel. My God. All right, that's the biggest number it gets. So maybe 24 is actually quite nice. All right, we have the cookie. Oh, it's my face is in front. It is here. And I guess we want this to be dynamic, right? At some point. One day. And what else can we do here? We want the buttons, like the boring buttons. You could click on the cookie, I guess, to add stuff. You could undo. Add, reduce, reset. So 3 buttons. 3 buttons, you say. And we don't have a button component. We will be doing the trick that we did before. So maybe all of this should be like part of a form. Maybe not. Not so. 3 buttons. Huge. Going too much fun with this. So yeah, form in different place. Great. And these should be buttons. And how are they gonna look? We can have like a button component here. And what is it gonna do? It's gonna have a slot. It's gonna have a value. It's gonna have a script, and we can do the trick again. Class name trick. And it's gonna have a value. It's gonna be a string. You can hear my doggy. And I guess we can have like options. Well, operations. And we can have name emoji. I like that. It can have like a label. Yeah, you got it. Increment. Is decrement a word? Reset. And here we can do an each again. Each operation as label value. Can render one of our fancy buttons. And they can have a value. And they're gonna have a label. But they're not fancy yet. They need to have this is surface 2, brand 2 even. Let's separate them. So flex or grid. Grid calls 3. All right. And I guess they can be rounded, more rounded. And I guess they can have shadow. And I guess they can look different according to whether you're hovering or like focusing. And it can be relative because I want to do the classic positioning thing. Let's do the brightness thing again. I want to minus translate one. Oh, I love it. Bouncy buttons. I love a good bouncy button. All right, so if I give it a bespoke px and py, too much. So they can get bigger and more satisfying, but never smaller. Maybe P2. Oh, I love it. I want to keep pressing it. So the problem now is if we do it with forms again, we could store the cookie count as a cookie, which is just funny, to be honest. But it's not what we want. Because people will want to like press the button like too fast. So maybe that's not exactly what we want. Maybe we just want this to happen client side. Maybe. So maybe that's exactly what we'll do. So meter.svelte, let's create this. Let's get both of these things. Should have gotten more things. Should have gotten even more things. Let's get everything. Get all the things. So I'm not gonna store this file in the cookies. I'm gonna store it in local storage because it's not as funny, but it's more sensible, I would say. And in this page, let's just render the meter, the mansometer. And what we are gonna do is on mount, or is it like, or can we use Svelte 5 for this? I'm not sure. And form on submit prevent default. And what I actually want you to do, let's get the current target, which is the form. Ah, this should have a name. So the name is a person. No. Maybe they don't need the name. They're all the person thing. And get the form data, or get the person. It's gonna be new form data, current target, get operation, switch operation. Oh, I love it. I don't know why they're doing break, like non-default case, default. Break. So will this just work? Answer is no. But why not? I shouldn't need to bind the value anywhere. Increment, decrement, reset. Looks correct. Am I not getting this? Is the form not submitting? Is this random? Ah. So the autocomplete may be happy, but you need to use the value there, right? This is not how reactivity works in Svelte. I was thinking of the state thing like recently. Maybe that's not the case. Anyway, like first thing, are we getting non-operation? Operation is null. Okay, there's your problem. But why? Name is this and value is this. And we did this trick before. And this is the form element. So what's the problem? Name is there, value is there, and it's in the correct form, I can only imagine, right? It's the one we are submitting. How interesting. I thought we had this, like, we would be flying through this. Let's console log the event. Let's see if there is something funky going on there. Something unexpected. So the submitter is this guy. Current target is null. It's the target which is there. Like, this happens sometimes, and I'm not sure why. In a timeout, I get it, how the event becomes the target. Oh, and it's Svelte 4, so we cannot do TypeScript here. Oh no. Let's TS ignore for now and see it working. He said confidently. Why not? Yes, it has a submitter. What if we say that the operation is event submitter value? All right, that's what we wanted. Easy. Yeah, we cannot do TypeScript here, which upsets me. But hey. Let's get this out to JavaScript land. Ugh, but then we need to like type the event and all of that. Oh well. We'll try. It wasn't. I forgot already what it's supposed to be. Yeah, those things. Did you bring this from Svelte or something? Yeah, great. All right, now we can pass this here. And it works equally. I guess we can do like a colon missing or something. Svelte counter and missing. It must be like a example. This is cool for counting to a specific number. Manhammon. So exactly what we want. Ah, that's kind of nice. Should we bring in Vercel one? Message transitions or something. Option one. They do have some examples here. Do they have a counter example? Oh, there we go. Ah, there we go. Not really an animation, I guess. Not thrilled. And we can use like the key and do something kind of cool. We'll see. The fly, I like the fly. And can we do like, if we key, I guess we can use this. Let's see. Use key and key, but the real thing in SvelteKit. I think it is. Key on the count, and then this, and then animation, transition. Bring it in here. Perfect. Not exactly what we wanted. Is it that it changes like position absolute or something? So yeah, now it's kind of gonna work. But do we need like a div? What are we gonna have now? Should this be like a grid? Maybe. Just 2 columns. Place center. Maybe no gap. Oh. We're getting there. a div and a div. Then this must be relative. Should be top 0. I think. This is a div and div. Why is it behaving like this? Unreasonably. What can I do to stretch this? I think that's the situation. Make it like grow, be full, and age full. Alright, getting somewhere. And let's make the animation less annoying. Kind of nice. If we could manage to place this better. Ah, this is only as big as the cookie, I guess. Is our problem. Bigger cookie. Problem solved. And then trying to place it in the middle, I guess. I think Tailwind has like a helper for that. Like middle positioning. No? Should they make this grid? Grid. And I can stack the items. I've done this before. It's not what I want. And there is like this one-to-one like grid style that we used in bonus XP as well. Let's have a look. Like this grid area thing. Grid area one-to-one. Let's see if it's gonna work first. Grid area one-to-one indeed. Yeah, this will just work. And we can call this count. And target it in styles. Now we're all good. Maybe we don't even need this. It looks like it kinda moves, so I am gonna keep it. Items center. Justify center. Yeah. And no need for relative anymore. Sometimes it does kind of move. It creeps me out. So I don't understand why. guess because the other item just leaves. But yeah, they dance the other item, and then it's slightly different. But hey, maybe good enough. It may be good enough. And you can reset by restarting the page, or we could sync this with localhost, I guess. Yeah. But then should we make it like a store? Maybe not. Not sure. Let's do the mood thing. Can you go to negative cookies? I guess not. That should be a thing. From 0 you can't really reset, can you? If the count is less than 0 or 0, it's the decrement button should be doing nothing. So is this actually disabled? It is, but let's make it look like it too. We can say disabled, pointer events, none, or else nothing. So now, like, you can't do anything. And I guess if it's disabled, you can do opacity 50. Good. This could also be disabled at the same time when it's 0, but hey, we'll just leave it at that. Like, I will try to make this a bit better. Mood. Let's do just a small one here. So a little section, the mood, div, another div, else if else. Oof, but that should be the last thing, right? So if it's more than 10, then let's say that he's stopped. If it's more than 1, or just an else. It's only just 3 states. And we're gonna have different icons and stuff, but I'm not gonna do that today. And maybe a gap on this form. Margin. I guess we do have something. Maybe go around this image with this. All right, and I think that's enough. So we have the Merrimansometer in SvelteKit. This definitely needs some adjusting, but hey, it's not too bad. Up to anything. A bit better. So what else do we need, if anything? I think nothing. Double check. We added the metadata on the SvelteKit app. Slightly changed to a nice tracker. No. Just added another one. I don't want that one. Great. Nice to check. The meter is doing all the cool stuff. The button is a nice, satisfyingly bouncy button. Some metadata added. TypeScript tag added. Complete new page. Cookie icon. And the prompt. Cool. So I think I'll commit that. So GitHub, see what's happening there, and call it a stream for the day. 4.5 hours in. And because of the monorepo setup, Vercel is actually deploying both apps, which is awesome. I guess there may be like an extra setup to do. Oops. What are we missing here? Something weird must have gone on there. Because it's the view transition that made it not work. Maybe something with Vercel. Because surely we didn't do anything crazy in that specific commit. That must have been our smallest commit. I think we removed this div so it looks big. In reality, like it was just CSS. Yeah, so not sure about that one. But since we're running down the stream, let me know if you want me to keep up on it. Let me know if you want to see something else come Friday. We are doing these Tuesdays and Fridays, these live confidential sessions. And I want to show things that you think are interesting. And I love learning things that I think are interesting. So if we work together, we will learn all there is to know about front-end and back-end development. We'll be unstoppable. Yeah, looks like it was just a flaky mess here. Check the description, you can see those links, and I don't think you need to be authenticated to check them. Oh yeah, Slack, no. I do like how this came about. I like the view transitions. Have a look, I do like the logo we have here. May add navigation straight to the challenges. Or maybe that's like a hamburger component that we'll need to do. Don't like the shakiness of this, but we'll figure it out eventually. And of course, the Next.js app, I still need to do the Next.js version. But the search is there. I don't like it as much because it doesn't have view transitions, and I love view transitions. That's why I did a video all about them. 100 good deeds for later. How nice. Browser extensions. Why not? All right. I think I can merge this so people can more easily go to the linked apps. Links in the description. You can click around. Let me know if you find anything else that's weird. We'll try to resolve it by next time. And I'll see. Next time I will have a quick look at what the next challenges are. So I'll know if they're going to be interesting or not, if they're going to take a lot of time or not. But there was a lot to do today for setup work. The Monorepo setup, which I did yesterday and today offline. Let me know if you want to know more about that. That's getting both of these apps to have some common things that we can say it's just in one place and they will apply to the other. I think that's it. Thanks everyone for watching this stream, whether it was live or afterwards on YouTube. But especially those participating in the chat. It always makes me feel like I have extra company. I think this is going to be it. Of course, have a lovely rest of the week. Have a lovely lead up to Christmas. We will be doing a stream on Friday. We'll probably keep doing these challenges, but we'll see. Have lovely, lovely days until then. I'll see you around.